and when needed at any time, because they've got no personal information that can be classified as a privileged information. Thank you.
So hayi la maphepha la ayakwazi ukuthi abekeke ethulwe enkantolo asetshenziswe.
So, my Lord, I think then I was perhaps misunderstood. What I said, my Lord, it is not my space to venture into the choice an accused person or a suspect makes when he elects to choose whatever legal representative of his choice or her choice that he chooses. So that is how far I took it. And I said, because of that, I could not venture into that, my Lord. I even made an example that the only place where I may play a very limited role is when an arrested person says to me, I need assistance of the legal aid board. So I will assist insofar as making that arrangement. But what they discuss moving forward, I don't get involved. So I never referred to privileged documents as it's been put, to say those documents, I have them. I don't know, my Lord. That was my answer. I don't know how instructions were given.
Engichazile-ke mina ebengizama ukuchaza phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi mina angingeni indaba yokuthi umsolwa ukhetha abantu ukuthi akibe uyena ommelayo mhlambe ke lapho engamsiza khona uma ngathi funde uyofuna udinga usizo legal aid la bengasiza khona kodwa ke mina angingeni ukuthi yena usikhethela ukwenza.
Yes. The other thing, my Lord, perhaps which arises from what we discussed yesterday with Advocate Nisi, that I want to just to put it in record because it came.
No, I'm not done with my
You're not done.
question.
No, but you asked me certain
proceeding.
things. You asked me certain things. I want to respond to that. Remember, you asked me.
Is it in relation to the question that in relation to the issue that I've just mentioned now?
No. It was really in relation to what you asked me to get. But it's fine. Let's leave it. Then you can carry on, my Lord. It's fine. You can carry on, my Lord.
I think the best thing that you can do, or the procedure, Brigadier Keninga, that you can do, is when the state re-examines you, you can then request through the state to bring that issue up, depending on whether it will necessitate further questions from us. Then if it's going to necessitate further questions from us, then we're going to request an indulgence from the court to further cross-examine you on that aspect. Do you understand?
My Lord, I hear what Advocate Mnisi, but then I'm having a difficulty when a request is made by him to me to assist on certain aspects, and now when I want to respond to those aspects, I must leave it for the state to lead it. But be that as it may, I'll leave it at that, my Lord, because it's him who asked me, and I wanted to deal with that aspect. But I've heard what he's saying, and I'll leave it at that, my Lord. It's fine.
Thank you. Otherwise, I'm not the captain of the ship. That was just my view. The captain of the ship is seated up there. If it decides that the whirlwind that directs this ship must go to east, west, south, or north, then the final decision is with the arbiter, who is the honorable court. That was just my view. The final weight must come from the court. That is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. We're waiting for the final weight from the court. As it pleases the court, my lord. You further referred to, when I referred to A58, you referred to, I think it was A7, A12, which was another statement, that is A12, another statement that was penned by Gladness Makumalo, the old lady. Now, wherein you refer to a portion that says one of the intruders there had dreadlocks on. Do you still remember that?
I do recall that, my Lord.
So khumbula yena ukuthi mase ukhona le statement okhulume ngaso senzwa uGladys Makumalo la kuthiwa umunye ke wa labantu ababehlasela waye nama dreadlocks wathi yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Now you say A58 and A7 must be read conjunctively, not disjunctively. In other words, we cannot read the one in isolation of the other. Do you still remember that?
Sakhumbula ukuthi A57.
A12. I'm referring to A12. I don't know where this A7 comes from.
Oh, sakhumbula ukuthi umuntu A12 ufanele afundwe nemanye amaphepha angafundwa ebekweceleni engahlanganiswa namanye amaphepha.
My Lord, what I said, my recollection is that I've indicated that A12 was made few hours after the incident took place. That's what I've said. And then I said subsequent to that, then A58 was then made a month later. And my view, my Lord, was that at that stage, and I can say it with certainty that my suspicion was actually correct, that it could have been made for the issues of the ID parade. I have since confirmed that indeed it was for the issues of the ID parade.
Ebengishilo ukuthi ke u-A12 wenzwa ngalelo langa lesigameko kodwa ke u-A58 wenzwa sekudlule inyanga ngicabanga ukuthi wasetshenziswa wawenzelwa ikhomba.
Yes, normally when a further statement is made, that is referred to as an additional statement. You can have a second additional statement, a third additional statement, etc., etc., etc. But what I want to bring to you, or what I want to bring to your attention is that whilst in A12, Ms. Makumalo mentions that the intruder who had a firearm had a dreadlock hairstyle, and she ends there. And in A58, she further elaborates on the nature of the dreadlocks, or the style of the dreadlocks that this intruder who had a firearm had. And she says she had dreadlocks that came to her jaw area. Would that not be a better description in terms of a witness who's describing a person that she saw in a particular incident?
I don't think the witness's jaw area. I think yesterday counsel himself posted the portion where she says came up to the neck, not the jaw area.
I'm sorry, my lord, that is my mistake. Jaw and neck, to me they look, yes, but she says came up to that hang up to his neck. It really doesn't make any difference. But the question is, would that not constitute a better description of the person that she saw on that day?
Manje Makumalo umese chaza lapha ku-A58 ungathi uchaza kabanzana ukuthi lama dreadlock ayenjani ngoba uthi leke lama dreadlocks ayefika entanyeni lokho ke kuyona incazelo engcono.
So, my Lord, yes, if it was a mere additional statement seeking clarity to what was said by A12, yes, that will be a better description. However, as I've said, my Lord, earlier, and if one read at A58 in its entirety, because the problem here, Advocate Mnisi only referred me to paragraph 6, which deals with the length of the dreadlocks. But if you read the statement from the top right up to the end, one will see that that statement was taken for the purpose of the ID parade, where Mrs. Klete Kumalo went to identity parade, identify the wrong person that I spoke about, Mr. Mbata, and even refer to the number. So if you look at Mr. Mbata in terms of the photos that were taken on that ID parade, he bears the dreadlocks that comes to the neck, my lord. There's a photo album that was taken for that ID parade. So the essence of A58, it wasn't just to assist the police to describe the intruders. It was in relation to the ID parade that he attended, identify a person bearing number 11, because it's contained in that statement A58, and subsequently photos were taken. That was the essence of that statement. So the issue of the dreadlocks up to the neck relates to the person that he identified, and obviously places this person as one of the intruders who were there when the incident took place.
Ke uma ukuthi uyasifunda sonke istatement lesi uzosizisa ukuthi leso statement sasingenzelwanga ukuthi amaphoyisa akwazi ukuthi azi ukuthi umuntu ubani, kodwa sasenzelwe ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi labantu ababekhona lapha kukhomba babe abantu abanjani. So ke lesi statement sisingenzelwanga amaphoyisa bese sasenzelwe ikhomba.
Yes, my lord, that's my response, and if it needs be, I'll refer to the album that was taken, because as I said, A58 refers specifically to the person that was identified, and subsequently the photo album for that ID parade, my lord, which is marked as A72 in the docket. You can see the person that was identified by Mrs. Cletus Kumalo.
Iyabonakala lapha ethombeni ku A72 uthi lo muntu owakhonjwa uMakhumalo wayemuntu onjani.
Thank you. At least despite the long winding explanation or answer, at least you conceded that that was a better description of one of the suspects, particularly the one who had a firearm in his possession.
Ngisathi nanoma ke ulethe incazelo ende kodwa kuyamukela ukuthi impela lincazelo ebilapha ku A58 ingonywana.
But my lord, you can't disassociate the fact that the person she refers to, that she identified, was a wrong person. You cannot separate it, because that's why I'm saying A58 says who did she identified, and it became clear in the investigation that Mr. Mbata, whom was identified and arrested, was the wrong person. He was not involved in this matter.
Kodwa awukwazi ukubalekela lo ukuthi ke lapha ku 858 ibichaza ukuthi ubani amkhomba ngoba lapha wakhomba umbatha kuyena lo muntu lo wakhomba umuntu okungeyena.
Brigadier Kininda, you seem to be missing the point in a very grave way. Look, Ms. Makhumalo says, I was one of the people in the house, and when we got accosted, I was there. I saw the suspect that was in possession of the firearm. That suspect that I saw looked like this. That is a point that we cannot shy away from. Whether that ultimately in the ensuing identification parade, whether she identified a wrong person or not, that is immaterial. The fact is her capacity to identify the intruder who had a firearm in his possession. Remember, I said to you that at the core of this trial is the identity of the intruders.
uMakhumalo yena wayekhona endlini, and futhi ke uMakhumalo wambona lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu. So ke into semqoka la ukuthi yena wakwazi ukuthi lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu wayemuntu onjani.
My lord, that's not what A58 says. A58 doesn't say the suspect looks like this person she identified. She says the person she's identifying is one of the intruders. That's the bottom of A58, my lord. Not that this person looks like the person that had the firearm. That's not what A58 says, my lord.
A58 akazi ukuthi lo muntu wayenjani. Ichaza lo yena amkhombayo ukuthi ukhomba umuntu onjani.
Thank you. Let us proceed to Brigadier Kininda. Now, you have been mentioning that there was an identification parade that was held wherein Ms. Makhumalo identified what you referred to as a wrong person. From what you're saying, I gather that there can be no dispute between the defense and the state that indeed such an identification parade was held, which would then necessitate me authenticating the process at the identification parade. I need to take that up from my colleague. I just want to hear his comment. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, the identification parade has been handed up. Evidence has been led. I don't know why this issue is being canvassed with the state.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I'm told, my lord, that the identification parade form is E1 and the photo album is exhibit E2. Thank you, Mr. Ramsupiri. Now, you say Ms. Makhumalo at the identification parade identified a wrong person, and you said that person appears in photo number 11.
uthe umakhumalo wakho ngumuntu okungeyena.
Photo 16. From my look, she identified a person who had a tag number 11 that was put on his chest. That appears on photo number 16.
Uthe wakhomba lo muntu owayephethe ke unumber 11 obonakala lapha esithombeni unumber 16.
Also on photo number 4 in the photo album. It's a more legible photo. Yeah, I don't have saved. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The more legible one is photo number 7. I don't have photo number 7 in my photo album, but nonetheless, I think the court has got a holistic copy of the photo album. It's photo number 7 and photo number 17. Now, the reason why I'm referring you to this, say, it's because I want to demonstrate that there's consistency in what Makhumalo is saying in terms of identification of the person that she described in A58, who is the person that was in possession of the firearm when they got accosted.
Hayi khombisa lokho ngoba umakhumalo ukhuluma yodwa bekhuluma ngalo muntu athi wambona kuumuntu owayephethe isibhamu.
Maybe before you answer, Brigadier, I'm told that on the day on which this was dealt with, the photo of the person that was identified by Makhumalo was actually beamed there. I'm requesting that we be assisted with that process as well, my lord, so that Mr. Nube can see and follow these proceedings, not only try to work on imagination as to what kind of a person that we're talking about, so that if he sees this person, then he can come up and say, yeah, no, that is me. Or he can request me to go take instructions from him and tell the court, yeah, no, that is me. Thank you, my lord.
This is being disputed that Mrs. Kumalo Senior pointed out the wrong person.
Well, my lord, it's common because that's why those documents have been handed up as well as the identification parade.
Thank you.
Is it being disputed?
There is no dispute, my lord.
So what's this exercise about?
This is just to demonstrate something, my lord.
Because you must remember there's a piece of evidence here in one of the persons who made a confession that in fact when Mrs. Kumalo pointed out the wrong person, maybe you don't remember, I remember, then we knew that this Khakeba or witch doctor or Sians who worked on us did a very proper job, because even then the wrong person was pointed. Am I quoting the record correctly, sir?
No, but my lord,
No, I'm just asking about the record. You want to argue with me? Is that so, Mr. Baloy?
The court
Yes.
Is there some piece of evidence like this?
Yes,
That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but my lord, then the court will be mindful of the fact that that is governed by the provisions of section 217.
Yes.
And over and above that, my lord, I'm wondering if the court now wants to start to believe in multi things.
No.
That the Khakeba did a wrongful thing. If the court then is believing it, then the court is taking this civilized legal system back into its prehistoric instances.
I'm not quoting a motive thing. I'm saying there's a piece of evidence
Yes.
that says that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but then the court says, do you still remember that witch doctor said one of the accused made a confession, said
It's not the witch doctor who says that. It's one of the accused
Yes.
who allegedly made a confession.
Yes.
And he says,
Yes.
when it transpired that the wrong person was chosen,
Yes.
he, that person who makes that allegation,
Yes.
was satisfied that the multi works.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not there, man.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes. I'm in a
It's not
different
dispute
trajectory.
about
Maybe
it,
the
according
court is very
to-
different.
To Mr. Balui.
I'm in a different trajectory,
fine,
my
fine,
lord.
fine.
I'm in a different trajectory.
Yes,
and
fine.
whether or not that information is there, I can't
Yeah, okay.
remember. But my trajectory in this instance, Brigadier Kiminda, is as follows. Whilst Makumalo was seated in the house and they got accosted by those two intruders, she was able to have a look at this person who had a firearm in his possession, and which the state has come to tell this court that that person who had a firearm in his possession is accused number 3. And according to Makumalo, that person who had a firearm in his possession was that person who was exhibited at the identification parade, and then is being as in this court who's holding a placard number 11. Whether that person was the right person or not, that's not for you to determine. We're still trying to come to the exact identity of the perpetrators. According to Makumalo, that is the person who had a firearm. And that accords very well with the description of the dreadlocks that are coming to the neck portion. Is that not so?
umakhumalo ke uthi ngoba yena esesendlini wababona labantu ababili abangena bazohlasela wakwazi ukumbheka wambona lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu ene uthi lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu umsola wesithathu kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi yena uma sekhomba lapho wakhomba lo muntu obonakala lapha esithombeni ophethe le placard ebhala ukuthi number 11 asikakafikike la ekutheni sikwazi ukuthi siveze kahle ukuthi bawobani labantu abahlasela lapha akunjani.
No, I beg to differ, my lord. My lord, I thought investigation is a systematic way of finding the truth. So if a person makes an error, be it intentional or otherwise, and evidence shows that this is a wrong person, you cannot now ignore the truth, because that is the purpose of finding the truth. That is what our justice system is all about. That's the first aspect, my lord.
Manje kokuqala ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ke ukuphenya indlela yokuthi ke kubhekwe kanzulu ukuthi kwenzeke uma ukuthi khona wenze iphutha kusho ukuthi kufanele kumiwe kungasaqhutshekelwa phambili kufanele kuqhutshekwe kuzama ukuthi kufinyelele eqinisweni.
Secondly, my lord, Mrs. Khumalo made her statement, the first statement, that is 812, on the 27th of October 2014. And in that statement, she described the intruder which had a firearm with dreadlocks, not where they end. She simply mentioned the issue of the firearm, the demanding of cell phone and money, and the Zulu language. And that the person had dreadlocks, which I was asked if it's corroborated. It's corroborated. So that is the first. That is the second part, my lord. Then I'll go to the third part.
Manje okwesibili ukuthi uMakhumalo wabhala istatement sakhe ngomhla ka-27 October 2014 ila echaza khona ukuthi lo muntu lo wangena lapha wayephethe isibhamu nokuthi wafika bacela ama cellphone nokuthi ke wayenama dreadlocks.
Then, my lord, and it's important to follow the proper sequence of the events, because it talks to why the issue of A58 is not really what Advocate Nis is saying, with greatest respect. Now, first statement is 27 October 2014. Then the identity parade, my lord, is held on the 29th of October 2014, where Mrs. Gladys Khumalo goes and then identify this gentleman, Mr. Mbata, on the 29th of October, 2 days later after she disposed a statement where she didn't describe the length of the dreadlocks on the first statement, which is 812.
Manje ke okunyeke ukuthi ke kufanele silandelele ukuthi lezi zinto lezi zenzeka kanjani ngoba istatement sokuqala esenzwa uMakhumalo wasenza ngomhla ka-27 October kodwa ke lesi ikhomba yona yenzwa ngomhla ka-29 October la afika khona akhomba umuntu.
Now, on that ID parade, my lord, of the 29th of October, it's prudent to mention that the photographer was there, and these photos were taken on the 29th of October. Now, on the 6th of November, that is days later, then Mrs. Makhumalo meets the police and disposes A58. So this is now how A58 come into existence? It comes into existence after the ID parade has been held. The photographer has taken the photos of this gentleman that is depicted. Then A58 comes into existence. So how could you then say this is how Mrs. Khumalo saw the intruders? Because it comes much later after there was an ID parade.
Manje ke emva kuleyo ID parade leyenziwa ngomhla 29 October uMakhumalo wayenza ukuthi kukhona nalabo bebethatha nezithombe kodwa ke u-A58 statement asenza wasibhala ngomhla ka 6 November sekudlule izinsuku.
Yes, that's my explanation, my lord.
Brigadier, I'm going to say again that you are missing a lot of points here. The issue is about the person that Ms. Makhumalo saw. It's not about the statements. Whether or not A58 was taken after this identification parade, it is neither here nor there. But if it were to be there, then it basically confirms what she identified at the identification parade before she penned this statement. That's all. It's just a confirm. Basically, what you are saying confirms what Ms. Makhumalo saw. Thank you.
Wena kuqinisekisa ukuthi yini uMakhumalo ayibona ngoba yena wathi mesezochaza ku-A58 wachaza lento yena ayibona.
My lord, I don't know whether I should then repeat what I've said because I thought I tried to put it in the sequence form and explain what is my view with regard to A58 and subsequently the ID parade. So I don't know whether I should now go back to the same thing because that is my view. That is my view. This A58 is not A12. In A12, there's no description. ID parade takes place, and I'm repeating it, my lord. Photographs are taken. Then Mrs. Khumalo, Gladness, is then approached for the statement in relation to the ID parade. She even mentions on one of the paragraphs, my lord, in A58, where she says, I identified an individual bearing number 11. She's specific that this is the person that she identifies, and person bearing number 11, dreadlocks up to the neck, my lord. So that is the essence of it. And I agree, where we agree or we're finding each other with with Advocate Nis is that a wrong person was identified. That's my view. I'm saying a wrong person was identified, and this was ventilated way before my time, my lord, before I came on board by the initial investigators, and subsequently this person was removed from investigation.
Manje ke ngisho ukuthi u-A58 akuyena u-A12 la kuba lapha ku-A12 akukho ncazelo lechaza ukuthi umuntu wayenjani. Engisho ukuthi lo muntu lona owabona wakhonjwa uMakhumalo kwakungumuntu owayephethe unumber 11 and siyavumelana nobamnisi ukuthi lo kwakungena lo muntu wayekhombe umuntu okungeyena and futhi ke kunjalo mina ngangaqali lokhu kwenzeka mina ngaqali nokusebenza umsebenzi ukuphenya leli cala.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'm at least at idem with you when you say that is your view. Thank you. My lord, A58, I'm going to request, and I'm requesting that it be handed in as an exhibit, albeit on a provisional basis, unless the state changes its mind, with me authenticating this statement. But nonetheless, may it be handed in as an exhibit. We will revisit it again when we request Ms. Makhumalo to come and hear what is happening here. I'm not so sure what exhibit this should then be, man.
That would be triple V. I'll just confirm that should be triple V.
Mark it. Thank you, my lord. State has just come to my rescue and prepared a copy for the court. Thank you very much, my colleagues. Thank you very much. Very grateful. Thank you, my lord. Now, you said yesterday, that of the people that were in the house, you only approached Madlala and Mtokozi Sitwala, who told you that they would not have been, that they were not certain about the identity of the intruders, and at the same time you kept on saying that whilst you did that, you already knew who the perpetrators were, not so?
So khumbula ukuthi wena wakhuluma noMadlala noThwala ubuza ukuthi lawa akutshela ukuthi bona abanasiqiniseko ukuthi ubani ababeza abazohlasela manje kodwa wena uthi wawuswazi ukuthi ubani abahlasela.
So, my lord, the context of my response, yes, I did say that, but the context needs to be understood of how I said it. I've indicated, and I went back, my lord, to Absalom Zungu, to Constable Zungu, and going up, that at that stage when these people, and this information, my lord, is contained in the statements. If you look at the commissioning statements of Mr. Madlala and Mtokozi Sitwala, you will realize that I approached them after Exhibit HA and JJ were already done. You know, there were statements of other witnesses who were implicating this accused, including Absalom Zungu. So, yes, my lord, with greatest respect to Dr. Nisi, I knew they were already pointers to this accused. That is why I wanted to establish from them that can they participate, can they be able to identify the perpetrators if they have such a recollection in the event we line these people up on the ID parade. You have to know who are your suspects before you prepare an ID parade. You can't prepare an ID parade if you do not know your suspects.
Yebo uMadlala noThwala laba ngaya kubona ngoba ngangifuna ukuthi bazongisiza, ngangifuna ukuthi bangicela ukuthi bangisize ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi yithi ubani laba engangifuna ukubafaka lapha kukhomba ngoba akwazi ukuthi uyofaka abantu ukukhomba ungazi ukuthi ubani, kufanele bese usulungisile uswazi ukuthi ubani abasolwa bakho uma ukuthi usiyokwenza ikhomba.
Thank you. Now, in relation to Longwe, Makumalo, Zandi, and Kelly, you told the court that you did not even bother to ask them whether or not they would be able to identify these people because already you knew who the perpetrators of this offense were, not so?
Nje laba abanye zange ukwazi noLongwe Thwala nalaba abanye zange babuze ukuthi ubani ababehlasela ngoba wawuswazi ukuthi abasolwa bakho ubani anginjalo.
But my lord, that's not what I said. That's really not what I've said. I've said there was no discussions. I said it was a procedural driven investigation. Advocate Minisi even mentioned the number of years between the three advocates to say they are well advanced in terms of experience. And he was going to the point of saying they will not have advised that ID parade should be held. That's not what I've said. What I've said, there was no directive given that an ID parade must be held. I further indicated the reasons, my lord, which is, my lord, you know, and I need to go back and say this. And that's why I said I thought the purpose of investigation is to find the truth, not to assume things. When we were conducting investigation, my lord, and came to a point where it was initiated, and I've dealt with this, I'm repeating this because I've dealt with this yesterday, that the trigger point is Miss Kelly Kumalo. This is now when we came across accused 1 and 2. You need to investigate, to collaborate that event. But subsequently, when other things came up, the bag of money, which is see-through, the communication between the sisters, the mother identifying the wrong person, because these people are family. Logic, my lord, because you will not be doing justice if you do not investigate. So first you start by investigating and see that can you collaborate what is being said, but also identify other people who are in the house, if indeed they were involved. That is why I said, after thorough investigation, my lord, we could not find anything wrong insofar as Ms. Zandi Kumalo. And by the time we got to the stage where we said, okay, now we can consult with these people, my lord, that's why I said the train had left the station. We already knew some of these accused, and I think the matter when we spoke to Mrs. Kumalo Gladness in particular, the matter was already enrolled. If I recall her in particular, the matter was already enrolled. These accused were already publicized, my lord. So there was an investigation because there was assertion or allegation that Ms. Kelly Kumalo was the trigger point. You then need to investigate, to collaborate it. I dealt with what we found insofar as Ms. Kelly Kumalo is concerned, but then it didn't end there, my lord. You need to investigate the others so that you can see if there was no collusion. That's how you actually deal with the truth, and that's what I did, my lord.
Okwenza la ukuthi kwakumshushisi owayesihola ngokuthi uphenyo luhamba kanjani. Ngoba ngithi uma ungumuntu umuntu uyaphenya siphenyela ukuthi sithole iqiniso, asiphenyeli nje ukuthi sivele sisho esifuna ukusho. Ngoba ngishilo ukuthi ke into eyenze ukuthi siye kumsolo wokuqala nesibili ukuthi nje kwavela indaba yokuthi ukheli Khumalo owasenza ukuthi sicabanga ukuthi sifanele siye kumsolo wokuqala nowesibili. And futhi ke uma uyophenya ufanele uphenyele ukuthi uthole ulwazi oluzoqinisekisa lokho osukutholile. Ngoba kwakungekho lutho silibona lulubi ngalobufakazi esasithole kuZandi Khumalo.
But the bottom line is you never approached them for an identification parade. So
Kodwa ke wena uzange uye kubona yobacela ukuthi bazosiza kukhomba khomba.
There was no directive that it must be held, my lord. I just, with greatest respect, explained it now, my lord, and I dealt with it yesterday.
Ngisazochaza feke ukuthi kwakungekho sasinganikanga imlayelo ukuthi siyenze leyo khomba khomba.
thank you. But now, in contrast to what you did to Longwe, Khumalo, Zandi, and Kelly by not approaching them for an identification parade, whilst because amongst others, you already knew the identity of the perpetrators. Why did you then have to approach Madlala and Twala when you already knew the identity of the perpetrators?
Manje wawuyini ke isidingo sokuthi ufanele ukumadlala noThwala ukuthi awuswazi ukuthi abasolo bani?
Yeah, you see, my lord, I don't know how to explain this really. Yesterday, this question, my lord, came as a result, and this is how it came about, because now it's being put to me differently. It came about from Advocate Mnisi saying, I would have needed these people who were in the house to help me identify the perpetrators. And my response was that by the time we go to them, we already had sight of these perpetrators linked by the evidence that was obtained. That is the sequence of it. So now it's been put differently as if now I selected that I need this one to help me to identify people. It's not how it unfolded, my lord. It unfolded exactly as I'm explaining.
Lento yavela ngale ndlela engichaza ngayo ukuthi labantu abebengaphakathi endlini njoba esho umbuzo lo uvele ngokuthi ubamniso bengibuza ukuthi labantu abebengaphakathi endlini bayibona abafanele kube yibona abasisizayo ukuthi sikwazi ukukhomba labantu, kodwa ke thina bese sithole ubufakazi obukwazi ukuxhumanisa nalabantu laba esithi sasibona kuhamba so.
That is why, my lord, I said before you arrange an identity parade, you need to know your suspects, because then you need to obviously make proper arrangements as to how many participants will be there, how must they look like, and so forth and so forth. So you cannot, and I've said this earlier, my lord, arrange an ID parade without knowing. So when it comes to Madlala, at that stage, my lord, the suspects were known, and they were known because right at the beginning, my lord, through Absalom Zong, which I've indicated, Constable Zong, Exhibit HH, JJ, prior to that, confessions by accused 1 and 2, you know, all the collaboration, that evidence I led, it led us eventually to all the accused, my lord. That is before we approach any of the witnesses or the people who were inside the house, my lord.
Manje njengoba ngishilo ukuthi awukazi ukuthi wenze ikhomba ungakabazi abasolo wakho, ufanele ubazi abasolo wakho ukuthi obani ukuze ukwazi ukuthi uma wenza amalungiselelo ukuthi kube nekhomba uyazi usuyazi ukuthi udinga abantu abangaki and abantu abanjani. Futhi ke uMadlala lona ke kwafika ukuthi kusho ukuthi abasolwa laba sasesazi ukuthi obani ngoba kwakukhona ubufakazi obabesihole ekutheni sigcine sazi ukuthi laba basolwa obani.
I'm done, my lord, yes.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Longwe was one of the persons that was in the house.
Omunye wabantu ababekhona endlini
When this incident happened, and he also, when requested to give an identity of the perpetrators who accosted them, He did that with distinctions.
Futhi kumecelwa ukuthi achaze ukuthi obani ababahlasela wakwenza lokho.
My Lord, can I request the ID parade form, just for ease of reference, just to make sure that myself and Advocate Mnisi were on the same page with regard to this last session that is putting to me, my Lord. Advocate.
I only have one with me. I thought as an investigating officer it must be there on your main file.
Yes, but we exchange documents from time to time, and I gave it to the state, my Lord.
With who? Who do you exchange the documents
The
from
state.
time to time?
The state.
Oh, with Advocate Balo?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, my lord. May I proceed, Maria? Do you
Yes, you
have in
can
your
proceed.
possession that document?
You can proceed. Yes.
Thank you. Now, Advocate Mr. Longetwala penned several statements here. I think there is A9, there is A113. Now, I'm referring to, there is A57 in bracket 1. No. I think it's A57. They just marked those pages in bracket 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes, that is now A9, A113, and A57.
Yes, my Lord, I agree. You made various statements, so I take it what Advocate Mnisi is telling me is correct, because I know you made different statements, various statements, my Lord.
Yes.
I can agree with that.
Yes. So, maybe before we proceed on this aspect, did you have a consultation with Longetwala?
Wake wakhuluma noLongitwala?
Yes, we did, my Lord.
Yebo sakwenza.
Did you take him through the statements?
Wakuchazela ngalezi statement?
Yes, my Lord.
Yebo ngichazela.
Thank you. So they were basically authenticated. There's no dispute about who wrote this statement and the content thereof, not so?
Kusho ukuthi akukhombisa nokuthi ubani wabhala lesi statement akunjalo.
So, well, the fact that he made statements, my Lord, that was agreed, that he made statements, but there were a lot of inconsistencies in terms of what is contained in a statement and what he was recalling when we were consulting with him, my Lord.
Yebo wasenza statement kodwa kuningi nje okungangaqondakalela ngaphakathi kwalesi statement.
I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about authentication of the statement. When you referred him to A9, he said, yeah, no, that's me. When you referred him to A113, he said, that's me. And when also there's one statement that I did not refer you to, that is A106. But then when you referred to him again to A57, he said, yeah, no, that's the statement I made. And to A106, he also said, that is the statement that I also made. That is what I'm interested on, let alone the content of those statements.
Singakhulumile ngaphakathi kwethu.
That is not correct. That's not how you authenticate a statement. You identify the signature and also agree with the content, and also agree that there was no miscommunication between you and the interpreter, and confirm the contents.
So, Brigadier, is that what you did? When you were taking Longetwala through these statements that I'm going to refer you to now, is that what you did? Longetwala, A9, is that your statement? Was it commissioned before you? Did you append your signature? This is a consultation process, unless you're telling me that you really do not know how to consult with the witness. And this being a prosecutor-led investigation, they should have guided you. Thank you.
The witnesses already said there were inconsistencies in the statement. I don't know what counsel wants the witness to say.
I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about the person who wrote the statement. There could have been inconsistencies, there could have been discrepancies, there could have been misunderstanding in the content of the statement, but this statement remained his. The question is, when you took him through, and that is what you said, that you did, when you took him through these statements, did you say to him, Longwe, Amchelendon, the signature that is appearing there, is it yours?
Manje uma lokho nibheka lesi statement naye kulonke kwawumkhombisa yini la ekusayinwe khona wambuza ukuthi la kusayiniwe la wena wasayina yini?
So, my lord, I think I've answered this question. That when I consulted with Mr. Longetwala, there was, insofar as what he remembers and what was contained in the statement, there was a big difference. There was no consistency. So there is no statement which he owned to say, this is how I recall. And that's what I answered earlier when this question was put to me.
Ngiphendulile ngaphambili nathi akukhona ukungahambisani kwalento ayikhuluma naloko okubhalwe ku statement.
And I can add, my lord, that the last consultation we had with Mr. Longetwala even happened at the DPP because the state advocate wanted to consult with him, including the doctor. That is the last consultation, obviously in preparation of the trial. Even in that instance, there were these inconsistencies of not him being able. So you couldn't take A9, for example, and then say, he then says, yes, I agree with the contents wholeheartedly. That's what I was saying, my lord, initially.
Hayi futhi sayigcina sesiye nako DPP yini ngoba u-state advocate wayefuna ukukhulumisana naye ukuzama ukulungiselela lecala kodwa nakhona ke lapho kwakuningi okwakubonakala ukuthi cha akahambisani nakho akakuvumi ukuthi yebo kwakuyi-statement sami leso.
Thank you. Justice. Just a second, my lord. Thank you. In the list of state witnesses, the longer that I'm referring to is the one that is appearing as a witness number 3 in the list of witnesses in terms of section 144, 3A of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. Now, in the course of disclosure, when we're preparing for this trial, this is what the state gave us. And I'm going to start with A113. I'll come back to the others. Now, like I did with Ms. Makumalo, the senior, I will not go through the statement with regard to what was happening in their house, whether they were eating, how they were seated, and stuff like that. No, we're not concerned about that for now. You see, all that we're concerned about is what this trial is about, the identity of the perpetrators. I'm going to limit my approach in terms of this statement to that. And on paragraph 5, this is what it says in A113. In paragraph 5, this is what it says. He says, they all started cracking jokes and we all laughed. Just as Kelly was about to tell the joke, I noticed the 2 black guys, one tall, light in complexion, and the other one with dreadlocks was short and dark in complexion. He was wearing a khaki jacket. The first guy went towards Kelly with the shorter one following him. the one with the dreadlocks cocked or breached the firearm and demanded the cell phones and money in isiZulu. Then there was a struggle between Kelly and the other guy on the door to open. I stood up and tried to rush for the guy with the firearm, and not knowing that he will shoot me, and I got a chance to escape through the kitchen door. That is paragraph number 5. Now, the gist, my question, or the gist of my approach is his description of the guy who had a firearm, which the state is telling this court that it is accused number 3. Let us go to his description. He says, I noticed the 2 black guys, one tall, light in complexion, and the other one with dreadlocks was short and dark in complexion. He was wearing a khaki jacket. Let us just pause there.
Ayesibheke lapha incazelo nomuntu okuthiwa wesiphethe isibhangu wathiwa kangena abantu ababili omunye oqala ke kwaumuntu omude okhanyayo owesibili kuthiwa umuntu owanama dreadlocks wemfishane futhi ke ensundu yena.
The photo is just disappeared on the screen. I don't know. Thank you.
My Lord, I'm not sure whether I'm expected to speculate. I've indicated, my Lord, that when we engaged with Mr. Twala, Longe Twala, there was no understanding that any of these statements, he was not according himself with any of these statements. So I do not know really how to assist in what has been put to me, because I'm not the author of these statements. I was not there when they were taken. I only came in at the later stage. The only thing that I can say, if now questions are put to me, I'm really going to speculate and identify because I was not there. When we met him, and I've even took it further, my Lord, that the last meeting we had with him, it was with the state advocate, both advocates that are here for the state. And it was the same situation where he could not attach himself to any of the statements. Now, how it's a difficult situation. I don't know how to assist in responding to this question, my Lord.
Thank you.
Understanding. So you did not affirm any of the statements?
No, I did not, my Lord.
You didn't make Longwe tell you his version?
Yes.
And thereafter administer the oath to
Yes.
Longwe in each of the statements?
In all the statements.
Never, ever, in all
Not
the statements.
ever.
A1, 333, 56, etc.
All of them,
Never.
my Lord. I've never.
Okay.
It's the same with Miss Gladys Kumalo as well. I didn't affirm any of her statements. It's the same position. Same with Kelly Kumalo, none of them were affirmed by me. Same with Zandi Kumalo, none of them were affirmed by me, my Lord.
Akumina ngaqinisekisa izitatimende ekuthiwa lesi sikathwala nesikazandi Khumalo nesikakeli Khumalo.
Thank you. You did not have to affirm the statement because that has already been done in 2014. You just had to go there and confirm the statement, but nonetheless, let me proceed. Now, Longetwala identifies or describes, not identifies, describes the person that had a firearm in possession on that day as a person with dreadlocks and with a dark complexion. That is what it says. Now, you do well if you say, I don't know whether I need to speculate or what. If you, we don't want speculation. If you don't have a comment, say I don't have a comment or no answer. But please don't speculate. But this is what Longe says in this statement. Now, again, Longwe also attended an identification parade. Are you aware of that?
Yazi ukuthi Longwe waya kukhomba
Yes, I am aware, my Lord.
ethi yebo ngiyazi.
That is the same identification parade that Makumalo also attended, not so?
Ethi yona le khomba ukwaya khona uMakhumalo anginjalo.
That's correct, my Lord.
Ethi yebo njalo.
Thank you. Now, Longwe was called as witness number, in terms of the form, in terms of the identification parade form, on paragraph number 25, he was called as the first witness to get into the area where he had to go and identify. And the results were as follows. Actually, let me read paragraph number 25 into the record. It says, or it's written in Afrikaans and English. In Afrikaans it says, eerste getuie, de naam Longwe Twala, taal Zulu. Is gevra om die verdagte of verdagtes in die topparade uit te wys deur sy hand, hul skouers aan te maak, wat datum, tydplek en klagte, that was in brackets. Now this is what the person was, meaning the parrot, wrote here. He says, robbed you, shot and killed Senzo at 13511 at Kotwanong Street, Mzamo section, extension 111, forced arrest on 26 October 2014 at 2000 hours. Now, subparagraph 1 of paragraph 25 says, tyd deur getuie geneem om persoon op paraat uit te wys. The time that is taken by the suspect to, by the witness to identify the suspect, it says 3 minutes. Then it says 8 slag are results. Then it says, I suspect number 11, Zamambata, wearing a fawn t-shirt with stripes and blue check trouser. Reaction van getuie tydens uitwysings van persone, none. Now, at the identification parade, Longwe goes and identify the person that is being as having number 11 on the screen. That is Mr. Mbata. Longwe says, this is the person who, according to my observation, had a firearm on that day. And this accords exactly with the description that it gave. Dreadlocks and dark in complexion.
Manje lapha kukhomba uLongwethu afika khomba lo muntu owayephethe number 11 ukwakuwumbatha. Athi ke yena ule muntu lo wayephethe isibhamu and akusebenzisa kakhulu kwemkhombeni ukuthi wayenama dreadlocks futhi wayenebala elinsundu.
Man, like I said, I don't know where I'm expected to speculate because really, I don't know. I was not part of this ID parade. I did not arrange this ID parade. All I can say is that in all Mr. Longwethuala's statements, nowhere does he mention the perpetrator by name. These results is clearly specific that he suspects number 11, Zamambata. He mentions this person by name. And in all his statements, nowhere does he say he knows the person by name. And that is why I said, my lord, the identification of this individual was investigated and it was found that this was the wrong identification. That was the result, that was the outcome of the investigation after this person was arraigned, charged and taken through the process.
Sorry, I don't understand it again. You say there was a doctor at the last interview of Longwe, together with the DPPs, at the DPP's office.
Yes, Dr. Tlokwe. No. I'm referring to this doctor, our doctor.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
the PhD doctor, my lord.
Oh, I see.
Dr. Sibanda.
So you want to involve Dr. Tlokwe also?
No. Dr. Sibanda, my lord.
Thank you. And the statement that he gives the description of the suspect, which he ultimately identified at the identification parade, was commissioned on the 25th of November 2015. 25 November 2015. I think I can only assume, I wasn't there, that this was the day on which this statement was taken. In 25 November 2015, it's almost a year after this incident had happened. He could still describe the person who had a firearm in his possession. Thank you.
Sithi ngomhla 25 kuNovember 2015 kwasekudlule unyaka emva kosuku lesigameko ulo kodwa ke la kuyabonakala ukuthi wayesakwazi ukuthi achaze ukuthi lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu wayenjani.
My Lord, like I said, I think we've dealt with this matter, my Lord. This accused was charged after this ID parade, arraigned, taken to the bail, I think was even opposed, but later investigations at that time, my Lord, revealed that this is the wrong person, and subsequently the matter was then removed from the role. That was right at the beginning. Subsequent to that, my Lord, there was no evidence that was found that this person was investigated. Even after the matter was removed, my Lord, there was thorough investigation and he was excluded by means of DNA and all other evidence that was collected at the time, including his alibi, where he was when this incident took place was confirmed. When I got involved, I also looked into that and I did not find anything that suggests that this is the person who was involved. So we are dealing with someone that was excluded in the investigation, my Lord.
Lo muntu lo okhuluma ngayo sekwabonakala ukuthi kwangena ngoba nanoma ke kwakhonjwa lapha wathathwa lo muntu wayiswa ezinkantolo waboshwa ngikhumbula nokuthi nebail yakhe wanqatshelwa ukuthi athole ibhoyili kodwa ke emva kokuthi ke afathwe ezinkantolo kwenziwe nophe kwabonakala ukuthi cha akuyena lo muntu leli cala laze ligcina lichithiwe futhi ke sasezizinto eziningi zokuthi silethe isiqiniseko sokuthi akuyena ngempela ngoba kwahlolwa nokuthi laba athi bangamsiza ukuchaza ukuthi wayengekho lapho ngendaba ngosuku lesigameko yebo sahamba sokhuluma nabo sakwazi ukuthi sithole leso siqiniseko sasebenzisa nolibofuzo iDNA ukuthi sihlole neDNA yasisiza ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi akuyena.
Furthermore, my Lord, even the DNA, the court will remember that I dealt with the DNA that excluded everyone that was in that were the people with the witnesses who were inside the house. This person was not picked up by any inch of the DNA. So I'm talking about exclusion, that it was not merely investigators deciding that we're excluding this individual. Extensive investigation was done, which I've looked at, and it was excluded because there was no objective evidence, my Lord, that was found. But most importantly, my Lord, this witness, this accused or this suspect rather, was a known resident. In other words, it's a person that if he was the perpetrator, as the name is being mentioned, from the beginning, people would have said, the perpetrator, we know him, is Zamambata. That was not the case. This was a local person. It's not a person that was arrested from another town, brought in this place. And those facts, unfortunately, my Lord, when they were taken into account, this person was already arrested. And that is why the importance of collaboration is important. That is why when I received the confessions, I did not rush to say, now that we have a confession, it's now a ticket. People must now be arraigned. You try and get evidence to collaborate so that you find objective and indisputable evidence to avoid such things, my Lord.
Jose ngikhulumile ukuthi DNA ulibofuzo lwasetshenziswa and futhi lapho ulibofuzo lwasiza ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibone ukuthi cha ngempela akuyena lo muntu ngoba lwamchitha impela lwamke ngokwathatha ulibofuzo lwabona bonke ababe lapha endlini futhi kwasiza lo ukuthi sikwazi ukubona ukuthi ngempela akuyena lona ngoba phela thina sasifuna ubufakazi obungaphikiseki and futhi ke njoba wayemuntu owaziwayo ohlala endaweni aze ukuthi ubani ukuthi negama lakhe uZamambatha ube kuyena ngempela babeyosho ukuthi cha siyamazi lo kwakuZamambatha manje kwakungekho ubufakazi obushoyo ukuthi uyena.
Thank you for that piece of collaboration, Brigadier Kinida. Then let's go to A57. This is also a statement that was disclosed to us by the state in preparation of this trial, that was penned by Longa Twala, wherein amongst others he describes the two perpetrators that got into the house. And this statement was commissioned on the 6th of November 2014. 06 November 2014. As I've said initially, I won't go through the statement. It was the purpose of my cross-examination at this point in time. is nothing else but to dwell or to deal with the identity of the perpetrators. Unfortunately, this statement is not numbered in terms of paragraphs, but A57 on the second page. On top there, it's written A57 in bracket 1. The second page is written A57 in bracket 2. The third page is written A57 in bracket 3. The fourth page, bracket 4, and the fifth page, bracket 5. Now, I'm going to deal with the second page. That is marked A57 in bracket 2. The last paragraph, where it starts with the name Kelly. And I'm going to read it. Now it reads as follows. Now this is a statement that was penned by Longe Twala. It reads as follows. Kelly was standing, was telling a joke, and we were all sitting down listening to her. Burglar door was wide opened, and the door was half opened. I noticed two guys got inside the house. The one who came first was short, dark, having dreadlocks, with cheekbones, wearing a jacket between khaki or light brown in bracket beige jacket. I cannot remember his other clothing. Immediately the tall one followed. He was wearing a black hoodie, but light in complexion. That is all I remember about him. The tall one went to Kelly, and the other one in bracket short was following that tall one. But I stood up, pushed the short one away, but it's when I noticed a firearm on his hand. I cannot remember whether it was right or left hand. I noticed a firearm and quickly ran out of the door. My Lord, I realize that it is almost 17 minutes past 11. Normally at this time, there would be a request that we take a short adjournment. May I make that request as well? Thank you.
Yeah. 15 minutes.
Okay.
Is it please the court, my lord? Look at here. Do you then realize that the description that Longwetala gives in A57 in bracket 2 describes the person who had a firearm in his possession as being short, dark, had dreadlocks, he had cheekbones, and he wore a jacket that was between brown, a jacket that had a color that ranged from being khaki to light brown or in bracket beige in color.
Yabona yini ukuthi lapha ku A57 uLongwethala uchaza lo muntu oyephethe isibhamu njengomuntu omfishane, unsundu, wayenama dreadlocks, futhi ke wayegqoke into engathi brown, futhi ke lana kuyabonakala nasebusweni wayenaloku kuthiwa kusho ukuthi unamathamba avelayo, ngisho ukuthi chaza ukuthi lapha keme la ngenzansinyana kwemele.
My Lord, I think I've dealt with the issues of the statement that I was not present. What I realized is that a wrong person was identified. What I realized also, what I know for the fact is that this person was cleared by investigation, and it was the same when I came on board. The evidence that I have that points to the shooter relates to accused number 3. That's what the docket points to. This person was cleared, it was a wrongful identification, my lord. The perpetrator, insofar as the evidence that we have in the docket, points to accused number 3 as the person who was shot and carrying a firearm.
Manje ke lo muntu lo ngoba bese ngichaze ukuthi lo muntu lo ovela lapha nalo muntu owakho nje kuyabonakala ukuthi akuyena ngoba nje kwa ufakazi ubukhona bakwazi ukuthi bumkhiphe odabeni. Manje ke ufakazi sinabo thina bukhomba umsola wesithathu.
Thank you, Brigadier. Just a second.
Sorry, I don't have that statement. You're saying Mr. Longwethala actually says he identifies William Bonis or whatever, Mbata.
Yes, he says.
He actually says, I'm identifying Raj, I'm a Patrick.
Indeed, he says it by name, and that is why I'm saying those were the clear pointers, my lord. That and this person, specifically Zamambata, my lord, is a known resident. Is a person that, if, for example, was involved in the commission of the offense, his name would have come up from the beginning. It would not have said it's unknown suspect. But in the warning statement, he says number 11, and he mentions the name of the person, Zamambat. And indeed, it is the name of this gentleman that was unlawfully identified, or rather prosecuted.
Lapho sethi ngiyabonakala ukuthi umuntu wakho nje uLongwethala uyena lo okuthiwa uZamambatha wensizwa nje yasendaweni eyaziwayo. Ukube babe khona ukube kwakuyena ngempela babeyosho ukuthi cha uZamambatha ngoba bemazi negama lakhe.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the description that Longwe gives, remember what is crucial here is the description of the perpetrator who was in possession of the firearm as observed by those people who were in the house. Now, in terms of his description, Longwe Mbata describes the very point out the person who had the same characters as the person that he saw on the 26th of October 2014 who accosted them with a firearm. Is that not what it does here?
No, Longwethala phela uchaza lo muntu yena ambona now zonke impawu ezikhombisayo ukuthi uyena lo muntu abombona ukuthi wabahlasela ngalelo langa.
But my lord, he identified the wrong person. There is evidence to prove that. The evidence that we have before court points to accused number 3 as one of the intruders who was in the house. These are the facts and the evidence that is before us. Mr. Mbata was not the person that was inside the house, my lord. I don't know how many times can I repeat this, my lord.
Ngizolonga ukuphinda kaningi lokuthi umbatha kuyena lo muntu owayelapha endlini ngoba phela ulongothwalo wakhomba umuntu okungeyena. Ngizolonga ukuphinda.
Your statement that the evidence that is before court points to accused number 3, you have been saying you said in your evidence in chief that in terms of your analysis of the evidence, in terms of how you evaluated the evidence, in terms of how you drew inference on the evidence, in terms of how you concluded on that evidence, you had then come to a viewpoint that accused number 3 is the person who had a firearm, not so.
Manje wena uthi ubufakazi onabo nobufakazi owabuhlaziya bonke bukhomba ukuthi umuntu wayephethe isibhamu umsolo sithatha kunjani?
My lord, my role is to investigate. I don't evaluate and make judgment on the evidence. I investigated, and the pointers in the investigation points the role that was played by each and every accused. That is guided by evidence, where accused number 1 in this matter indicates what role he played. Accused number 2, what role he played. Accused number 3 as the person who was inside and carrying the firearm. That's the evidence. That is what is contained in the docket. Not that I'm evaluating it and making a judgment call. That is the same with accused 4 and 5. Thereafter, my lord, after the investigation was done, the matter was then forwarded to the DPP. I've dealt with this part. And then the DPP then made a decision to arraign these people. It was not based on me. I don't make decision to arraign people, my lord. Mine was to investigate, and that's exactly what I did. And I'm saying in terms of what I collected, these accused were before court were connected in this matter in terms of the role they played. And the role that points to accused 3 is that he was one of the people who went into the house carrying the firearm.
Mina engangikuphenya ngaphenya nje ukuthi umuntu nomuntu wadlala lephi eqhaza kulo kulesi sigameko lesi ngagcina ngokuhlola kwami ngagcina ngibone ukuthi bani wenzani kwagcina ngikhombela lapho ukuthi umsolo sithathu uyena lo uthiwa umuntu owayephethe isibambu futhi ke umsebenzi wami akubona ukuthi ngithathe izinqumo kodwa ke ufakazi lo besabuthola nomphumela ke wophenyo lwami ngakudlulisela ku DPP yena ke wayena iwathatha isinqumo sokuthi ababoshwe.
Thank you, Brigadier. At least you understand now. I'm happy to hear that at least in the ultimate end, you're able to understand what your role is. Do you remember that is something that I've been objecting to time and again in your evidence in chief, that you are not here to analyze evidence. You are not here to draw inferences. You're not here to make decisions. The decision that ultimately needs to be taken is to be done by the court. Thank you that at least you understand what your role is. Now you are saying, in terms of the evidence that you have, that you investigated, all pointers are showing, or pointers, not all, pointers are to the effect that the person who had a firearm on that day, the firearm guy was accused number 3. Is that what you're saying?
Manje ke wena uthi ke bonke ubufakazi onabo bukhomba ukuthi umsolo sithathu yena wayephethe isibhamu ngalelo langa.
My lord, I've always understood my role. Perhaps then it was misunderstood by Advocate Mnisi. I always knew where's my role and how far can I go. But I also understood that our purpose, including Advocate Mnisi and all the defense, we are here to assist the court to come to a just finding. And coming to the just finding, you do not withhold or try to keep things away from the court. The court is the one that will make a determination. That's my understanding. So there's no misunderstanding in that regard. But now coming to the question that I've been asked, my lord, when I refer to the firearm, and I've dealt with this part, I'm referring to the firearm that was linked to the crime scene. In other words, the firearm that discharged the bullet that was found at the crime scene, and alleged to be the one that have killed the deceased. And I've said that firearm is linked to accused number 3. I'm referring to those pointers, and that is based on the investigation. We dealt with Cleveland 96. We've dealt with statements of people who have said. We've dealt with Exhibit HH and JJ, my lord.
Into engishoyo ke mina ukuthi isibhamu lesi sibhamu esasetshenziswa isibhamu leso kadutshulwa ngaso sikhomba kumsolwa wesithathu.
Thank you. Let us now proceed. We shouldn't allow ourselves to be derailed from the point that we're dealing with now. We're dealing with the identity of the perpetrators who were in the house. And subsequent to that, Longwe Twala, as I've read into the record, Longwe Twala goes to the identification parade. Remember, what is important here is his observation of the person that he saw on that day. Whether that person is him or not, it's about the features that he saw on that day. Maybe he did not know that, but it's about the features. He goes to the identification parade. Remember, Longwe says, the person who had a firearm was shot, he had dreadlocks, he was dark in complexion, and he had some visible jaws. He arrives at the identification parade. At the identification parade, he does not point out a white person or a person with a light skin complexion, a person who did not have dreadlocks. He points exactly the person who bears or who has similar features to the person that he saw on that day. Is that not what he did in this identification parade? If you've got an answer, you can answer. If you don't, simply say you were not there.
Udokotela yena wakhomba lo muntu yena athi wambona ngomchaza kahle ngalendlela ayimbone ngayo wena wasemiyamkhomba ke lo muntu munye nempendulo ngasho ungaphendula mungenayo na.
My lord, you identified the wrong person. I don't know how far can I take this, because I've said it over and over again. The person that was identified was wrong. He was cleared by investigation. There was not even a firearm found in this possession. The firearm that was positively linked points to accused number 3. So I don't know how far can I take this identification by Mr. Twala.
Lo muntu lona amkhomba kwangeyena futhi wayengenaso nelesi spam lesi esasimkhomba esasimxhuma naleli cala. Umuntu kwatholakala okwatholakala ubufakazi ukuthi uyena uqhunywa nalesi spam lesi umsolo wesithathu.
Whether this was the wrong person or not, but the features are speaking. But in the main, Longwe's identification of this person confirms what Makhumalo also did. It basically confirms the description that Makhumalo gave and what he himself, Longwe, gave. Both of them identified this person as a person who had similar features with the person that they saw on that day.
Manje lo washo lo ngothwala ngincazelo yalo ngothwala ukuthi lo muntu wayenjani. Iqinisekisa lokufakazi obalethwa uMakhumalo ngoba naye ukhuluma into eyodwa nalo washo lo ngothwala.
So, I want to be fair to you.
Yes.
You keep using the aphorism, similar features. Similar features.
Yes.
It's two different persons, logically. And I don't want us to believe at this point. When you say Rata has got similar features with Mr. Muyeki, we're talking about two different features. You are saying long and not long. Let's start with Mrs. Khumalo, Senior. Mrs. Khumalo pointed out a person who is pointed out also by Longwe.
Yes.
And they have similar features. You heard me, ne?
I need to understand.
You don't understand what I'm getting
I
at?
need to understand the court, my lord, because I don't just want to jump into answering the question.
Okay.
And when I say similar features, I am basing on their description, on how they describe this person.
Yeah, fine. Now you've heard me.
No, I did not. I could have heard the quote, but I did not understand it, my lord.
I say, when you say a person has got similar features, you're talking about two different physical entities.
Yes, ma'am.
Human beings.
Yes.
That's it.
It could have been a question of semantics.
It's not semantics.
What I meant to say
Yeah.
is the person.
No, you must put it. Don't tell me. I'm just telling you, I want to be fair to your client. Okay, when you say a person with similar features, like the person who entered the house of Mark Khumalo
Yes.
and who happens to have been short with dreadlocks, cheekbones, and he had a beige or like
Maybe let me rephrase the question, my lord. Let me rephrase the question. And this is what I intended to say, Brigadier. That the person who was described by Makumalo and the person who was described by Longwe, that description is similar. The description of the person that they are describing is similar,
mina ngisho
which is
ukuthi
the reason why at the identification parade they identified one person.
mina ngithi ke incazelo ukuthi lo muntu wayenjani njengoba echazwa uMakhumalo noLongwethwala bachaza into efana yikho bakhomba umuntu oyedwa.
Yes, my lord. That's why I said, my lord, I've answered this question. But that similarity also applies to accused 3 in terms of his height. He's also short.
Hayi futhi ke naleyo ncazelo iyasebenza ingasetshenziswa umsolo wesithathu ngoba nayo mfishane.
That is very lame, Brigadier. That is very lame. If that is how you were taught by the South African Police Services to describe a person and suspect that he is this person because he's short, that's very lame. It's very lame indeed. But let us proceed.
I suppose that sarcastic comments can just be ignored, my lord.
My lord, indeed, I viewed it as sarcastic and insulting because it was put to me about the description of the suspect and I'm expected to comment. So I do not know how does Advocate Nisi wants me to be selective and say certain things and not say certain things that must help this court to find a right decision, my lord. It is a fact that accused 3 is short. It's a fact, my lord. I'm not insulting or saying anything, and I was merely commenting on what he's putting to me. He's telling me Mrs. Khumalo and Longwethwala are describing this person who is short and dark in color with dreadlocks. And I'm saying, but in that description, part of that description fits accused 3. How could now that be lame and insulting and undermining, my lord? It's really uncalled for, and I'm pleading with Advocate Nis because we've been down this memory lane that please, the fact that I may say things that he doesn't like does not mean we have to undermine or disrespect each other. Let's just keep the decorum of this court and deal with the business of the day. We will differ from time to time, but there's nothing personal. We are here to assist the court, and let's deal with those facts accordingly, my lord, not to disrespect each other or call each other names, because if I throw that name to him, it might not sit well with him, and I don't think we are here to do that. Can we just focus on the issues at hand and deal with them accordingly, my lord?
Don't worry, I'm going to proceed. I'm going to proceed. I'm just trying to sort out my papers here.
Actually, please say how it is.
Again, the state gave us a disclosure of a statement from Zandile Lorraine Kumalo. I think it was handed in as Exhibit P1 here at court. It was handed in as Exhibit P1. I can take it that because of the fact that it already was handed in as an exhibit, I bear no responsibility to authenticate it, because by virtue of the fact that it already got handed in as an exhibit, it is not in dispute that the statement was penned by Zandile. Nonetheless, this is what I'm at. Again, Zandile, in this statement, explains how the incident panned out. But as I'm saying, I'm at the description that she gives of the perpetrators in the house. That statement, it's 813. And Zandile is also in the list of state witnesses. She had already testified, in fact. Now, in paragraph 10, this is what she says. In Exhibit P1, this is what she says. Let me just check if I can start it. Okay, I'm going to start it at the paragraph 9, where she says, we all sat down and started making jokes. At that moment, it was around 20 hours in the evening, when suddenly two unknown African males walked inside the house from the kitchen door. One was in front. There's a bit of illegibility in the writing here. I'll try the best that I can to be smart in reading this paragraph. Let me start again. Paragraph 10. It reads thus. One was in front, having a gun on his hand. Let me wear my spectacles. Let me start again. It says, one was in front, paragraph 10, one was in front having a gun on his hand. He was average height with dreadlocks, dark in complexion, thin in body, wearing a brown jacket or a beige in color. And he was having a small dots on his head. He had big eyes. He had big eyes, but I will be able to identify him if I see him again. Let me read it again, because I think I was reading it in fits and starts. Now I'm going to flow. It says, one was in front having a gun in his hand. He was average height with dreadlocks, dark in complexion, thin in body, wearing a brown jacket or beige in color, and he had a small dots on his head. He had big eyes, but I will be able to identify him if I see him again. Now, this comes from one of the witnesses who was in the house, who already had testified before court. Here, Mrs. Zandile Khumalo says the person that I saw is having, or I can describe him in the following way. Short, he had dreadlocks. No, it doesn't say short. He says he had an average height. He had dreadlocks. He was dark in complexion and thin in body. Those are that is the description that Zandile gives when she is requested to describe the person that was having a firearm in his possession. Now, this is the third person who describes the perpetrator according to their house as a dark person, as a person who had dreadlocks. Let me pause there for purposes of interpretation.
Manje lana uzandi Khumalo yamchaza lo muntu uthi wayemfishane engemude futhi wayezacile enama dreadlock futhi ke ibala lakhe wayemnyama futhi enama dreadlock. Umuntu osithathu lo uchaza lo muntu ukuthi wayenje.
My Lord, Miss Sandy Khumalo attended the very same ID parade where Longwe and her mother attended the same ID parade, and she didn't identify this person as one of the intruders. That's the first part that I can say. The second part, insofar as her statement and the testimony she testified, my Lord, I can't take it for that. I mean, I was not there. I think it would be fair that Miss Sandy is the one that you can explain herself. All I know is that she attended the ID parade and she didn't identify Miss Dembata, as it was the same with Mr. Longwe Twala and Gladness Khumalo.
Engakusho-ke ukuthi uZandi Khumalo wayekhona lapho ku-ID parade, yebo kuyiqiniso, kodwa-ke akazange akhombe umbatha njengalabo abanye ababili bakhomba umbatha. Kodwa-ke ukuthi statement sabhalwa kanjani angeke ngakwazi ukusho lutho ngoba ngangingekho sibhala.
Thank you. I know that it would sound a bit of an argument, but it is not. What Zandi basically is saying here is that, or what can be discerned from the three statements here. Statement from Khumalo, Longwe, and Zandi, that describing a person in a similar fashion. And why they're doing this? Because they were all in their house when the incident happened. I will argue what happened when Zandi came to court and when she gave her testimony with regard to the description of the person that she saw having a firearm. That's going to be my argument. Thank you.
Ngoba impikisano yami-ke uma sengizofikela esikhathini sokuphikisana ukuthi uZandi Khumalo noma Khumalo noLongwe baletha-ke incazelo efanayo uma bechaza lo muntu.
I hear him, my Lord, sir.
Thank you.
Athi ngikuzwile.
Thank you. Now, further on, this court also heard the testimony of Mthokozi Sithwala, who testified here at court. He gave his own description.
Kanti wayezwa umfazi mkaMthokozi Sithwala naye wanika incazelo yakhe.
Mr. Madlala also gave his own description.
Ngoba Madlala naye walethe yakhe incazelo.
They all accord with what Ms. Mazala said, with what Zandile said, and with what Longwetwala said.
Bonke bavumelana nokwasho uMadlala noZandi noLongwetwana.
My Lord, I was not. I know that the only witnesses who testified is Zandi, Kumalo, and the two gentlemen. I'm not sure if Longwetwala testified, but be that as it may, my Lord, I was not in court, so I don't know what was said by these witnesses, my Lord.
Angingekho enkantolo beletha lezi ncazelo zabo. Angikwazi ukusho ukuthi Paula ukuthi bathini.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier, you had at length been saying that amongst the identifying features, amongst the reason why you were able to find, or let me put it this way, amongst the reason that you put forward as your collaboration reason why you have come to this court to tell it that accused number 3 is linked with the commission of the offense. We have testified through the photos that were downloaded from his cell phone. And when you were taken through those photos by the state, you kept on mentioning that, the witnesses were saying he had dreadlocks. Yeah, we see him in the photo, says he's got dreadlocks. Witnesses go to photo number, so it's also appears here, accused number 3 is got dreadlocks. Is that not so?
Yeah, anjeke wakhipha wena kulezi izathu le owazikhipha ngomsolwa uthi wena ke na wena uncike kakhulu kulezi ithombe ezakhishwa efonini yakhe lokuthi ka ama ofakazi bathi ke unama dreadlocks akunjalo.
Yes, my Lord, but the context it was put was that when we found his cell phone, that was seized under Cleveland 96/2/2015, there were downloads that were found, and in some of the photos, he was seen wearing, especially dated the date of 26 October 2014, wearing a khaki jacket and with dreadlocks. So I think I identified it in that context. The others were pictures not depicting the very same date, but where you could see accused 3 with dreadlocks. I remember there was one in particular where he had a gold teeth, and I ended up saying, in his benefit, because the angle is not clear, one will understand if there's reservation to say it's him. But in my view, I thought it was him, my Lord. So I testified along that context, the collaboration in terms of saying the person who went into the house on the day of the offense had dreadlocks, and one of the witnesses or two identifies a khaki jacket. And I said, when the phones was downloaded, when I actually got involved and requested Sergeant Mabasa to assist me with those downloads, then I was able to find some of the pictures depicting the date of the offense of the 26th of October 2014, depicting accused 3 with dreadlocks and having a khaki top, my Lord.
Manje ke umongo lokho engitsho ukuthi ke mhla ithombeni ezakhishwa efonini esinye sezithombe esikhombisa uSaturday umhla 26 ku October 2014, ukuthi siyakhombisa ukuthi wayenawo ama dreadlock, futhi ke ezinye sinye siyabonakala ukuthi ngathi wayenezinyo legolide, kodwa ke indlela esathathwa ngayo lesi sithombe singaletha ukungabaza kwabanye. Kodwa ke okunye kubonakalayo ukuthi leli bhantshi lekhaya esibonakala ithombeni yilo leli bhantshi abalichazela ukuthi wayeligqokele, ngoba ngathi mangisizwa uSergeant Mabaso wasakwazi ukukhipha lezi ithombe ukuze sikwazi ukubona konke lokho.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think I'm not so sure whether you're done.
I'm done, my Lord.
Thank you. let me sketch a bit of a background of what Zungu said before I proceed on this aspect. Zungu comes and say, on the 26th of October 2014, he met all the accused at the Basutwini hostel, where there was a bit of something happening there, jamboree or a celebration. They were singing, you know, those traditional dances. But what is key, let us concentrate on accused number 3. Now, he says in his testimony, accused number 3 indeed had dreadlocks on that date.
Manje kokusho uZungu ukuthi ngomhla 26 October 2014 uthi ke wahlangana nabasolwa kuse hostel ngathi ke kwakunedile lalikhona noma bebebhiyoza ngalelo langa kodwa ke uthi yebo uyaqinisekisa ukuthi umsolwa wesithathu wayenama dreadlock ngalelo langa.
And by this, I'm not trying to validate what Zungu said. But then he says, at some point, they disappeared and came back.
Uthi khona isikhathi la abanye amalala khona baphinde babuye.
Where allegedly, according to him, there were exchange of firearms. That evidence is on record. I need not repeat it.
Khona ke nokunye ke ngagcila khona ukuthi ke kwakho khona ke nokwabelana ngezibhamu.
But Zungu says, accused number 3's dreadlocks on that day were braided. They were tied up at the back. They were like that when they disappeared. They were like that when they came back.
Kodwa uZungu uthi phela ama-dreadlocks akhe ayeboshiwe ngesikhathi behamba nangesikhathi bebuya ayesaboshiwe.
Do you follow up to that far?
I do, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi ngiyakulandelela lokho.
Thank you. Now, I take it you had a consultation with Zungu, who also described the manner in which accused number 3's dreadlocks were on that date, not so?
Athi ngiyathanda ukuthi wathi ukhuluma noZungu wachazela ukuthi ama-dreadlocks alo muntu ayenjani. Anginjani?
Yes, my lord, but also, my lord, Constable Zungu testified, and I don't think I will really, I testified before this court, and I was not in court. So as to what he said, because most of the assertions that has been put to me, it's what he said to this court. I was not here, and I wouldn't want to venture into that or try to contradict or even support him to say I'm covering. I think he was here, and those issues could be taken up with him. What I indicated insofar as the dreadlocks are concerned, my lord, it's in the downloads which has a date, and that's what I relied on. It's what anyone can see, and there's a date of the incident. Insofar as what Constable Zungu said before this court, I was not here, and I think those are the matters that can be taken up with him, my lord.
Okwasho ke Constable Zungu la enkantolo ngeke ngakwazi ukuphawula ngakho ngoba ngangingekho enkantolo ngizange ngizwe ukuthi uthini singakubheka ukuthi ke kulama download enziwa futhi analo nanosuku ukuthi lezi ithombe sasinini ama dreadlocks ayabonakala kulezo ithombe kodwa kusho uZungu cha ngeke ngokwazi ukuphawula ngakho.
Thank you. My question was, when you had an interview with your own witness, Mr. Zungu, Constable Zungu, did you deal with the issue of dreadlocks that accused number 3 allegedly wore on that date, yes or no?
Kuzwami ukuthi ke nakhuluma yini ngalama dreadlocks ukuthi ayenjani ngalelo langa no Zungu.
My lord, what Constable Zungu said to us is contained in his statement. So it was not my statement. It's his statement. I think I may have commissioned it. So if I have to see what he said about the dreadlocks, then one will have to go through his statement. I know he mentioned that accused 3 had dreadlocks, but as to whether they were in that fashion that Advocate Missy explains. I don't know, my lord. But it's contained in his statement. He made a statement and then it was commissioned and then disclosed.
okubhaliwe estatementini sakhe kwabhalwa uyena akusona statement sami statement sakhe mhlambe ngabe ngisikhomissionile leso statement kodwa ke futhi wachaza kanjani ukuthi ama dreadlocks ayilukiwe aboshwa angeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngichaze lokho kodwa ke istatement sakhe mhlawumbe ngeza alethe phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi kube uyena ozochaza kahle ukuthi statement sakhe sithi
Brigadier, Zungu has already testified. I've given you a background of what he told this court. Now the question is about you and him interacting as an investigating officer and a witness. The question is, did you or you did not take him through the dreadlocks, or did you have a discussion around the dreadlocks that accused number 3 had on that day when you interviewed him as a witness?
What is the relevance of this question to the witness when Constable Zungu has testified and all these issues were taken up with him? It's not for this witness, my lord, to tell what happened during consultation when the witness himself has testified. We submit, my lord, that question is unfair.
As it pleases the court, my lord. This had got everything to do with the subject of the matter that this court had to decide on, which is identity. Central to that identity is the issue of the dreadlocks. There is nothing unfair with this question. Thank you, my lord. I'm not so sure whether I need to proceed with this question or what.
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, I am not asking you about what is contained in the statement. I'm asking you whether, as an investigating officer in this case, who was keen or who is keen to establish the identity of the perpetrators who got into their house on that day, did you discuss at your consultation with Mr. Zungu about the dreadlocks that accused number 3 had on that day, taking into account or noting that the issue of the dreadlocks is central to the identification of the perpetrators in the house who got into the house?
Funuwazi ukuthi wena naxoxisana yini no Zungu mayelana nokuthi i-identity nobunikazi balabantu ababesendlini babunjani sigxile la kulelo daba lokuthi ama-dreadlocks ayenjani.
My lord, I've already said my interaction with Constable Zungu is contained in his statement. I think he explains that part. And then secondly, my lord, and we dealt with this part again. Constable Zungu gave his statement while this matter, while this trial was proceeding. And I indicated why, my lord. But in his statement, he mentioned the accused by names and surname. Names and surname is not the same as, for example, 812 was composed when people were trying to paste and try to match the description to a particular individual. In his statement, he specifies who is accused number 1, who is accused number 2, who is accused number 3, 4, and 5. And that happened while this matter is in process. It's a different situation than what happened at the initiation of this matter, my lord.
Ukuthi okwakhishwa Constable Zungu kubhaliwe estatementini sakhe futhi estatement sakhe echaza wabachaza ngamagama abo labantu echaza ukuthi bawubani kufana nalabo abanye ababezama ukuhlanganisa ukuthi labantu ababonwa babe abantu abanjani yena babenza ngamagama abo ukuthi bawubani.
And I'm saying this part, my lord, of mentioning them by name because it relates to what is being put to me, that the central part in terms of identification, that he mentions them. He's not saying there were 5 people and I'm describing them like this. He says accused number 1, this is the person. So he mentioned his name. So the identification, insofar as I saw that statement, was not an issue that was difficult to place the accused on, my lord.
And njengoba ekhipha amagama abo lana wayechaza ukuthi umsolo oqala ubani, umsolo osibili umsolo kwakuwubani igama lakhe ngoba lokho wakukhipha ke inkantolo isiqhubeka.
Yes, my lord. And I know that when it comes to accused 3, he dealt with the dreadlocks. As I've said, I just don't know to what extent. And if that is needed, then one will have to go through the statement, and I can then answer adequately in that regard, if that's what is required, my lord.
And masakhuluma ngomsolo wesithathu ngiyazi ukuthi wachaza kodwa ke angazi ukuthi ama dreadlocks yena wachaza kanjani ngoba kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi kuse statementini sakhe lo.
Now you're saying if you were to be afforded an opportunity, you'd find that, not so?
I'm saying if it is important for Advocate Nisi to get a response from me insofar as what Constable Zungu told me about the dreadlocks, then I will, yes, ask for indulgence to go through his statement and see what is it that is contained. That's what I'm saying, my lord. But insofar as what he told his court, I wasn't here. All I know is that he mentions the accused by names, and that statement was taken when this matter was already in progress, my lord, not at the beginning stage.
Engikushoyo ke ukuthi ke uma kuwukuthi ke yadingeka ngakuthi ukuthi alethwe la enkantolo ukuthi azochaza yena ukuthi kunjani kodwa uma ukuthi bafuna ukuthi mina ngichaze ukuthi sathi masikhulumisana naye sakhulumisana safika phi mayelana ne-dreadlocks ngingathanda ukuthi ngiye kuleso statement sakhe ukuthi ngiyosibheka ngibone ukuthi i-statement sakhe sakhuluma safika phi ngama-dreadlocks.
Yeah, I think I've asked you this question 3 times, and I still cannot decipher what the answer to that question is, but let me save you the agony. As I've said, Zungu, when he went through the pictures here, on Exhibit S, Zungu confirmed that these are the dreadlocks that accused number 3 had, or this is the style of dreadlocks, braided dreadlocks, that accused number 3 had on that day in question. Before they left, that's now according to Zungu, and I'm saying, I'm not trying to validate what Zungu is saying. Before they left, and even after when they came back, he still had the same style of dreadlocks. Now, as an investigating officer, looking at Exhibit S, particularly on photo number 12, on page, I think it's page or photo number 12, may it please it depends. Photo number, I think this is page 12, yes, page 12. Thank you. Thank you, Doc. Now, if, oh, I'm sorry. Now, if you rely on Zungu, this is what Zungu gave as a description of the hairstyle, which is dreadlocks, which accused number 3 had on that day in question.
Mawuthi uZungu ke nathi indlela umsolo esithathu ayinama ayibophe ngakhona ama-dreadlock akhe ngalelo langa.
Now the question is, as an investigating officer, when you investigated this case with a view to try and found a description or the description of the perpetrator who had a firearm on that day, you come across this picture. Zungu says to you, this is how accused number 3 looked on that day. You have this information on one hand. On the other hand, you have got the witnesses who were in the house that are saying, yes, one of the perpetrator, particularly the one that had dreadlocks, not dreadlocks, particularly the one that had a firearm, had dreadlocks, but his dreadlocks went up to his neck portion. They don't say anything about the manner in which the dreadlocks were arranged. What is it that came to your mind? Is it that you are dealing with the right suspect or somebody else?
Njengoba kuwukuthi-ke ubheka lesi sithombe futhi ubheke nencazelo owayinikwa ufakazi ngalelo langa, futhi ukukhumbula ukuthi le ncazelo owayithola ukuthi lama-dreadlocks ayefika entanyeni ufikela kusiphi isinqumo?
My Lord, if you look at this, it correlates with what was said by the witnesses. So let's deal with the issue of the dreadlocks. The dreadlocks, if you look at them, even on the screen, they go up to the neck. And the statement that I was meant to describe, I think of Gladness Kumalo, describe one of the intruders with dreadlocks, I think Ozandi, going up to the neck. And I know also, my Lord, that some of the witnesses who were sitting outside, the outsiders, I think it's Tabi saying, described that one of the people who had dreadlocks, they were going up to the neck. This is what I see, my Lord, they go up to the neck. But secondly, the description by one of the suspects, witnesses, who says the intruder, the one with the dreadlocks, was wearing a khaki jacket. This is the khaki jacket that accused 3 was wearing. And if you look at the date, I've testified about this, my Lord. This date, this photo, according to the date, it's dated 2014-10-26. So there's a correlation that this is what, if one looks at this information, this is how accused 3 was dressed. Now, Constable Zungu was taken through this, my Lord, and he identified these photos in terms of saying, this is accused 3, this is the person, and that, and that, and that, my Lord. So there was a correlation because the length, in my observation, you don't have dreadlocks that are going beyond that. You can see them, they're up to the neck. So there is a correlation, and I think Constable Zungu specifically dealt with the photos and the issues of the dreadlocks on the date of the incident, my Lord. This photo correlates that part, my Lord.
Isithombe siyakhombisa ukuthi siyavumelana naloku kufaza isabuthola kulabantu ababesendlini nalabo abebengaphandle omunye wabo uNthabiseng ngoba kuyabonakala la ukuthi ugqoke lona leli bhantshi likakhakhi leli okwakhulunywa ngayo futhi ke kuyabonakala nalesi sithombeni ukuthi lesi sithombe sathi umhla 26 enyangeni ka October 2014 and futhi ke naloku kuyahambisana naloku okusho uZungu mayelana nama-dreadlocks and futhi siyabona nala isithombeni ukuthi lama-dreadlocks nempela yafika entanyeni.
Please, Advocate Sibanga, give us photo number 17. Thank you. Photo number 17 gives a clearer version of the dreadlocks. Would you say that the dreadlocks as are exhibited, that are depicted in photo number 17, are similar to the dreadlocks that Ms. Makumalo talks about in her description of the suspect that she saw having a firearm in his possession when they got accosted.
manje kulesi sithombe number 17 ibonakala ngconywana futhi nama-threat abonakala ngcono. Umbuzo ke manje ukuthi manje ke lama-drop ayafana yini nalama-drop le uMakhumalo akhuluma ngawo uma ezama ukuchaza ukuthi umsolwa wayenjani?
So, no, my lord. So, on this photo, my lord, the dreadlocks are clearly longer. There's no dispute about it. You can see they are longer. However, this picture and the previous picture that we saw were not taken at the same time. The accused there, accused 3, because that's my observation, my lord, is alone. In this picture is with accused number 5. And you can see the angle that the dreadlocks are longer. But if you look at the previous picture, my lord, they come up to the neck. Now, I do not know whether they were worn in the same position on the first picture and the second picture. I was not there. All I can comment on is what I see. And in these ones, they are longer. On the other ones, they are shorter. But I was not there. I can't make a statement how we wore them when these two selfies were taken, my lord.
Lana-ke kuyabonakala kulesi sithombe ukuthi yebo ama-dreadlocks awafani ngoba la kuyacaca ukuthi ama-dreadlocks made kulesi sithombe lesi, kodwa-ke kulesi esinye isithombe ama-dreadlocks afika ngesetanye. Manje-ke angeke sisho ukuthi lama-dreadlock athathwa ngosuku, lezi iy'thombe zathathwa ngosuku olulodwa, kodwa-ke umehluko uyabonakala.
Thank you, Brigadier. At least you are saying the dreadlocks that are depicted on picture number 17 are long. But now let me quickly assist you with the dates on which these photos were taken. Let's go to page number 12. Page number 12. And we'll come and deal extensively with this photo album. The reason why I'm factoring it in now is because of the description. Thank you.
Understood, my lord.
Thank you, sir. Photo number 12. The date, please, the date. Thank you. Let me quickly assist you. This picture was taken on the 26th of October 2014.
Isithombe sathathwa ngomhla 26 ka-October 2014.
And it was taken at 17:31:14 seconds.
Isithombe sathathwa ngesikhathi ka-17:41 and 28 seconds.
Then let's go to picture number 17. Thank you. Picture number 17, I think your worry was you don't know on what date these pictures were taken, whether they were taken with the same date or what, you don't know. Let me tell you. Actually, that picture tells you that that picture was also taken on the 26th of October in 2014 at 17:28:39. In other words, the time difference between these two pictures is only plus minus 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Lesi sithombe lesi sathathwa ngo-17:28 and 39 seconds. Okusho ukuthi kubanga nesikhathi eside esadlula phakathi kokuthathwa kwesithombe sokuqala nalesi sithombe.
We submitted this question is irrelevant on two grounds. Firstly, accused number 3 himself concedes that it's him on those photos. It matters not, my lord, as to how one photo differs from the other. He has considered that it's him on those photos. What is the point now of splitting hairs regarding how he looks on one photo as compared to the other? That is the first point. But the second point, my lord, is clearly depends from which angle, the person is viewed or the photos are taken. We therefore submit that this is not something that the witness can comment on, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. I respect the state's submission that will not be able to comment on this. Thank you. You may not comment. So says the state. You will not be able to comment, but thank you. I respect the submission. My lord, I'm feeling a bit of a discomfort in my tummy. I don't know what is happening. I've indicated to Mr. Ramusipili that since we started after a short adjournment, I felt like this a bit of a discomfort in my tummy. It's getting worse and worse and worse. I don't know what is happening. So I'm requesting an adjournment. So to just try to find out if I can sort it out.
So, yeah, what's the time now?
It's 12 minutes to 1, my lord.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lord.
I brought you guys the judgment. I've been listening to Mr. Nisi and Brigadier Gninda exchanging wits.
Yes.
So nobody can say I'm being precipitate or unfair. This is a judgment which talks about decorum. It's S versus Azov. 1974, 1 SA 808T, Transvaal Provincial Division. It's Judges Dalkut and Sneeman. You'll read it for yourself, but this is what's interesting for me. This judge says, these judges, it was on appeal. In fact, the record fully supports the magistrate. When it went for appeal, the magistrate complained about the conduct of the attorneys. In fact, I must say that reading this record, I was shocked at the conduct of this attorney in cross-examining these witnesses. I think it must be made clear to him and perhaps to others that witnesses who come into court, be they police witnesses or any other kind of witnesses, are entitled to the ordinary courtesy one extends to decent people. Witnesses who give evidence are assisting the court in arriving at the truth and in carrying out the administration of justice. No cross-examiner is entitled to insult a witness or to treat him in the manner in which these witnesses were treated. Without there being a very good reason for it. Witnesses must be treated with courtesy and respect. They are doing a public duty in coming to court. That must be borne in mind by both the cross-examiner and the presiding officer. That's why I'm reading it. I mean, even me. It was clearly the duty of the magistrate, me in other words, here, to protect these witnesses. I do not wish to be understood to say that a witness may never be attacked. But before you can attack a witness, you must at least lay a foundation to the satisfaction of the presiding officer that you have grounds for attacking the witness. Otherwise, the witness must be treated with respect and with the same courtesy that you would extend to a man in a civilized society. One is not rude to people when you speak to them during ordinary social intercourse. So why should it be any different in a court of law? Here, well, it may not be here. This cross-examiner really shocked me in regard to the manner in which he treated these respectable men. He starts by attacking them without any reason. He seems to assume that they are dishonest people and that he's entitled to attack and insult them. And when the magistrate intervenes to protect them, he does not hesitate to attack even the magistrate. I was also attacked by Mr. Ngomezulu in this court when I was accused of colluding, which is a criminal conduct. Colluding with Mr. Baloi, whom I never even knew from a bar of soap. When the the magistrate intervenes to protect them, he does not hesitate to attack even the magistrate. I cannot find any justification for his conduct, and I think that the magistrate's strictures of him were fully justified. Galgut agrees with this. Just read this judgment. It's an old judgment before the Constitution came into being. 1974, when apartheid was celebrated in this country. And then these are two apartheid judges, and people call them, but they're my colleagues, who make these remarks. So you can read this judgment. It's very important. I've been listening about decorum, etc., etc., etc. That's why I've just kept quiet. Okay. So are we coming back at 1? Hello, let's give them this judgment. Sorry, 2. Let's give it. They'll make copies for themselves. Give it to Mr. Ramosipidi, he's watching you. Do you know this judgment, sir?
I know how to conduct myself.
No, I'm talking about the judgment, you see.
I don't know it.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
of Ms. Kelly Kumalo, and he wanted to know what is the reason I've mentioned them. Then he took me down now to the part where I say there's linkages between Ms. Kelly Kumalo, accused 3 and accused 5. Accused 5, we dealt with him, and then it then came to accused 3. And this is where now the bag of money, see-through, came into the picture, my lord. And subsequent to that, I then added the other part that became a point of contention where, you know, that exhibit 00 had to be now brought to court. So that it was answered in that context. So I was being led by Mr. Ramsipil in terms of saying, comment, why did you do this? And then I answered in that context, not something that I brought forward on my own.
Kalo angilethanga nje kulethwa yimina kodwa ke lokho kwavela ngesikhathi ubaba Ramsipili sikhuluma ngestatement sokuboshwa kuka esikhuluma ngokuboshwa kaKelly Khumalo ukuthi khona ke nje amagama engawasebenzisa noma imisho engayisebenzisa lapho kuleso statement ngoba kwavela nje ukuthi khona lama cellphone awu4 awatholakala manje ke imbangelo ukuthi ke kukhulunywe ngalesi sikhwama ukuthi ke bengifuna ukuzama ukuchaza ukuxhumana kwalabantu lo msolo wesihlanu okuholela kumsolo wesithathu nomsolo noKelly Khumalo no Longwethwala yikho ke sikhulume ngalesi sikhwama semali.
Yes, my lord, I'm done.
Thank you, Brigadier. Are you then saying that the mentioning of that evidence in this trial have no significance in whatsoever in respect of accused number 3 being complicit in this matter?
Manje kusho ukuthi ke lokho ke obusanda ukuchaza kusho ukuthi akunamthelela nomncane kuleli cala lesikhuluma ngalo ngomsolo wesithathu.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, my lord. We think that's an unfair question to the witness. This is the question that has to be determined by this court after all the evidence has been presented on the conspectus of all the evidence as to whether it bears any significance as to the issues that are in dispute.
As it pleases the court, my lord. This witness says the reason why he had to mention that he was trying to create a linkage. He was trying to indicate, not to create. He was trying to indicate that there's a linkage in terms of the cell phones of, if I understood him well, in terms of this a linkage between the cell phone of Kelly Khumalo, accused number 3, and Longwethwala. Now that was said in the context of this trial, which is the reason why I am saying that, is he then saying, he mentioning that aspect of evidence in this trial that has no significance whatsoever in accused number 3's being allegedly being complicit in the commission of these offenses. He's an investigating officer, my lord. That question is very relevant. In other words, what was then the relevance of him mentioning that in this trial?
Nje ke yini imbangelo ukuthi uveze lokho uma kuwukuthi wena uthi uchaza yini ukuthi akunamthelela nomncane ekutheni kuqulwe icala likamsola wesithathu la kule nkantolo.
My lord, I'll repeat again. I've indicated that the response was not initiated. I think Advocate Mnisi did place it on record that this response came out through the cross-examination by Mr. Ramsipil. And I agree with that. And I'm saying it is Mr. Ramsipil and not the state who took me to A225. And we went through that statement. So it was a response to his clarity, where he was seeking clarity to say, explain this part. And the response was given in that context. So I was responding, as Advocate Mnisi is asking me now, I have to respond. So it was not something that we brought in through the evidence in chief, and I indicated, my lord, that the purpose of that statement was to apply for the warrant of arrest for Ms. Kelly Khumalo, because at that stage, I believe there was enough evidence to add her as accused, or accused number 6. We even went that far with Mr. Ramsipini.
Bese ngichazile kabanzana kule nkantolo ukuthi lokhu kwavela ngenxa yokuthi ubaba Ramsipini wayengibuza ngestatement lesi ku-A225 lapho ke ayedinga khona ukuthi ngimchazele ukuthi kwakwenzekani kulesi statement. Ngachaza ukuthi cha lolu daba lolu kwawukuthi sasizama ukuthi uKelly Khumalo sibone ukuthi angafakwa yini kuleli cala, and sasikhuluma ukuthi wayefanele abe umsolo wesithupha, kuzange kube into eyalethwa umshushisi.
As it is a court, my lord, I'm wondering if I can. I'm saying I'm wondering if I can just request for very short adjournment, my lord. I think I'm getting more uncomfortable.
What's wrong with you, sir?
It's a stomach bug.
You want us to adjourn?
I'm requesting just a very brief adjournment, my lord.
No, if you want us to adjourn because you are feeling uncomfortable, unhealthy, I mean, I can't force a person who's sick to go through the rigors of a trial. If you want to.
I would appreciate that, my lord.
Appreciate what?
An adjournment, because I don't know if I'm requesting a short adjournment, whether this whole thing will persist or what.
Okay. Mr. Nimalo, I see you. Hello?
The request is seconded.
Mr. Ramsipi?
I do not have any objection if we adjourn at this stage.
Mr. Sharon?
No objection.
Okay, fine. I can't. If a person says feeling uncomfortable and it has got to do with a stomach bug, fine. Just one last remark before we adjourn. Mr. Mchadi, Nisi, sorry. You want this witness to give an opinion.
Excuse me, my lord.
You want this witness to give an opinion about that evidence. I thought you said his duty here is to place the evidence before court. You don't want his opinion, you don't want his conclusion, it is the duty of the court. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do remember those.
Right, fine, you can adjourn. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
No,